as well as for electricity and REMIT. I think we have already the political agreement. So there's a moment maybe also of stock taking and of preparing ourselves, all of ourselves, of where do we stand and what are we doing to cope with the challenges of the future. How can we as regulators, and of course also all the stakeholders, implement all those new frameworks in a way that the objectives that we all follow are best achieved to get a carbon neutral economy and society, and of course also a decarbonized energy system and a flexible and efficient energy system to integrate renewables to the extent that this is needed, as well as, of course, also other aspects that are now with the new frameworks, for example, of the Renewables Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive on our table. And a lot of NRAs get new powers, get new competencies to implement all this. And I think this is also, therefore, a moment to think of how can we manage this, and also maybe to slow down a little bit and say, let's get back to So therefore, I think it is good to discuss this, and we have two panels, more on the electricity market design and a second panel looking at the gas sector. And I won't mention the word decarbonization package because it's still in the making. But of course, there are a lot of aspects that can and should be discussed already at that moment. And before I hand over to Mechthild Wörsdörfer from the European Commission to bring us up to date on the latest elements, I would also like to close maybe with an aspect that we hope that the next year gets a little bit quieter so that we can concentrate and focus on the implementation of the new frameworks. And let's say take a little bit of our breath maybe and get back to the core functions that we have. And I hope the Commission will give us this pause before coming up with new legislative proposals. So over to you, Mechthild.
Many thanks, Annegret, and thank you very much for inviting me here to the CEER conference. Indeed, I think it's very timely. There is still a lot on the table and there will be a lot to implement. So after the 2022 unprecedented energy crisis, where we have seen huge concerns on security of supply, and we have seen energy prices which were peaking in August last year, both gas and then electricity. I think we have done a lot together with the member states, with the regulators, with all stakeholders to come out last winter in a relatively good shape. And now that winter is there, we are also quite well prepared, or even better prepared, for this upcoming winter. In order to do so, we had, from the Commission side, proposed our REPowerEU, which was focusing on energy efficiency and savings, on the diversification away from Russian gas with the aim to really reduce Russian gas imports and also speeding up the clean energy transition. In addition to that, all these emergency regulation, which, by the way, we asked and proposed to prolong for 1 more year until basically 24, depending on our 3 proposals under the emergency regulations. We also advanced relatively well on the Fit for 55, and Annegret already mentioned that thanks to the good work of the presidencies and the European Parliament, we have now formally adopted the Renewables Directive, RED III, and also the Energy Efficiency Directive. And more recently, we got a political agreement on REMIT. I know that is also of particular importance for the regulator. There's a lot more to do, I would say, including for ACER, on the cross-border investigations. And then we got a deal also on the methane emission regulation to reduce methane emission, also an important aspect in view of what will happen today, tomorrow, in the next 2 weeks in Dubai and COP28. But it means also that we are still negotiating, the 2 co-legislators, our Commission proposals, both on the electricity market design and on the decarbonization of gas and hydrogen. And I will start with the importance of the electricity market design. As you know, this was also asked for as a result or as something which came out of the crisis. We made our proposal in March, and frankly, we are relatively well advanced in the negotiations, and there is some hope that the 2 co-legislators will finalize the negotiation by the end of this year. And I must say, generally, the presidencies before, but also now the Spanish presidency, is doing an excellent job together with the Parliament to, both on the technical and political level, to come to a compromise based on our proposal. You are very well aware that our electricity market design is really a targeted proposal, but very important proposal to look at the longer-term framework and also how to create the rising share of renewables and the phasing out or the reducing of gas, and how we also protect better the consumer who are at the heart of our energy system. We have experienced, as I mentioned before, the energy crisis last year, and a lot of consumers, not only the vulnerable ones, but also the middle-income households, had to struggle and maybe still struggle with their energy bills. So we want to protect but also empower more the consumers in the future. So these negotiations are at the technical level. We had also already some very good political discussions, but I would say the crucial points on the contract for difference, on the capacity mechanism, and a couple of other points are still on the agenda. I think apart from the need to negotiate those and come to an end and then implement it, we have also to look a little bit ahead on the electricity market design. And I think, as I mentioned, the current market design, and that was our role, and I think very much shared also by CEER and the regulators, that the current system has a lot of benefits. I mean, ACER studied the benefits of marginal pricing, cross-border energy exchanging, the optimization of electricity production. So that's why also we didn't touch the core, the short-term mechanism of our proposal. But still, I think with growing renewables, with the aim and the target of 42.5% renewables by 2030, even objective of 45%, that is huge. And that we need to take into account when we look at the future. And that means, on one side, the consumer, and here also, if we speak about implementation, that we have a lot already what is in our current clean energy package, for those who remember 2018, which is not yet all implemented by the member states, and we need to fully implement and close those. But looking ahead, there are interests which are related to our electricity market design, which we need to look at. And one key area are the grids. And you might be aware that on Tuesday this week, we came up also, which is complementary to our electricity market design, with an action plan on electricity grids. There are 7 areas going from permitting, going from anticipatory investments, financing, supply chains, 7 areas and 14 concrete actions where we also want not only TSO, the transmission system operator, the distribution system operator, but also regulators to speed up the rollout of electricity grids, but also make the existing grids smarter, more efficient, and look how we can accommodate these growing share of renewables, and also make, and the IEA I know is coming later, but they made a very good report on the grids. So we need to really look that our energy renewables projects are not blocked, that we also accompany it with a build out and expansion of the grids to a more decentralized, digitalized, integrated, and flexible system in the future. And if I speak about the potential from decentralized energy sources and flexibility, I think this is also an area where we have some elements in our current proposal on demand-side response and storage, but I think this is something we need continuous work on it. Also the potential to enhance locational signals in order to really put our decarbonization objectives in the heart, but also create the necessary investments in green technology. We need those investments and we need efficient location of those investments. And that, I think, is something we have to look at. And I know ACER and National Regulator and CEER are looking at it, which is also linked to, for example, the configuration of bidding zones in our EU member states and how we can overcome that. You mentioned also the role of consumers. It's part of our negotiation right now, but I think here we also need to be fully aware that our consumers need to be even more in the center, need to make the electricity system that works for our consumer. And we had only a few weeks ago our consumer forum in Dublin. A few of you were present there, and I must say I was really impressed on a few presentations. There were excellent presentations on the state of play and what's already happening and what is the regulatory framework, but also what's happening on the digital side. There are more and more apps which we as consumer can use to track and look at our consumption. We can also apply it, make it more smarter, and there are startups, business opportunities we see in a lot of our member states, and we need that, I think, to develop further, but it's, I think, a growing trend, and that is very much welcome, and that was very interesting to see that it's not only about the protection of consumer, which is obviously important, but also enabling and make that happen in a more consistent way, viewing also that we are going to have more and more electric vehicles, more and more heat pumps, and that can help to match the supply and the demand much better. It's also the question of self-consumers, which are at the current energy acquis already a focus, but we all need to look at the credibility of the energy transition. And as I mentioned before, one of the focus here is the energy poor and vulnerable consumers. We came up a month ago also with a recommendation on how to tackle and protect more the energy poor and vulnerable consumer. And by the way, this is also something which is another piece of legislation which we are right now negotiating in the Parliament and the Council, which is about the buildings, the Energy Performance and Buildings Directive, where there's one question about how can we make sure that member states are renovating and investing in the insulation and making our buildings more energy efficient in particular in social buildings. It's one of the questions we will tackle in the next trialogue, hopefully the last one in December. But I think there are a couple of examples what we can do more for the citizens. So the electricity market design is definitely on the core of that, but there are also measures, as I mentioned, which we see happening on the market, and we would need to look at it also in the longer term. The second point you mentioned, Annegret, is about the decarbonization of gas and hydrogen package, which we have proposed from the Commission 2 years ago, so before the war, and it was very clear that this is another centerpiece of the Fit for 55 proposal, of the agenda of the markets in the future. So there are, in a way, two parts: the decarbonization of gas, the development of biomethane, bioenergy, but also very much about the development and scaling up of the hydrogen market. We all know that we need more electrification, and that will definitely be one of the future topics as well. If we speak about the new Commission, I think that is something which is also the electrification agenda is something extremely important. But as we all know, there are some areas which we are, for now, cannot electrify, and we have to look how can we decarbonize those, and that is in particular for industry, energy-intensive industry, some areas of transport, and here we see a key role for hydrogen, both renewable but also low-carbon hydrogen. So this gas decarbonization of gas markets and hydrogen package is also in the final stages. We had a good trialogue this week on Tuesday, where there was political agreement on the directive, which already tackled some of the issues on, for example, horizontal and vertical unbundling of the hydrogen players, but also some other aspects. And I'm quite optimistic that on the other part, the regulation, where there are more open political issues, that hopefully here also we agree in December with the two co-legislators. So this is something we from the Commission are there as we call it, honest broker. We are in direct contact with the two co-legislators, and once this decarbonization of gas and hydrogen package is adopted, we will follow up, for example, with the delegated act on low-carbon hydrogen. We had done one on the renewable hydrogen, but the idea is next year to follow up. So I think there are a lot of things in that package, also how to work better between the different TSOs, ENTSO-E, ENTSO-G, and a new entity, NOH. So about joint working, joint 10-year network development plans. There are still some open points, but the idea, and I think there is a broad agreement that those players and those markets have to work more together. It's also in the sense of our system integration, which we will further develop, and hopefully, as I said, this will be agreed soon. That is a snapshot on where we are. As I said, the timing of that conference is extremely well. There is on one side the negotiation, but I think we see the light at the end of the tunnel here. But there is a lot to implement afterwards. I think, and that's what we try also, I think once we have finalized in DG Energy, and a lot of colleagues are terribly busy with that, we will do and need to work with our stakeholders, with our member states, with the regulators, to share best practice, to see how we can best guide them to implement it. As in all trialogues, there will be also a few delegated and implementing acts which will follow, and guidance how to do it in the next couple of years. So I think that will keep us busy, but I think it will help the markets to better be prepared, as I started, for eventually future crisis, but also help the scaling up and to fulfill our energy and climate targets for 2030, becoming climate neutral by 2050, but also the concerns of consumers, security of supply, and affordability. I think these are also subjects for the new Commission, and looking forward to the debate today, but also to the future debate how to implement this and how to prepare for all that. Thank you very much for your attention. A pleasure to be here.
Okay, so now then we can come to the first panel on the electricity side. We have as moderator Wolfgang Urbancic, a vice president of CEER and head of the Austrian regulator E-Control. Over to you, Wolfgang.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you very much for this kind introduction. And on behalf of NCOE, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you our views on the electricity market design reform. But also in my personal name, I would say thank you. And I'm honored just to be here personally, because my last CEER conference was, I think, 12 or 13 years ago. So now it's kind of coming back, and I enjoy it very much. I think you will get some slides after the conference, but maybe just to say your words, where would it come from at NCOE when we talk about market design reform and our, okay, then next one, please. We elaborated a vision for next slide, please, if you could. We elaborated a vision for the carbon-free system of Europe, energy system of Europe, where, if you click one more, there were 4 building blocks, and one more click, please. And one of them, Just click twice, please. Yeah, and once more. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, once more. Great. Excellent. So, and this vision, which took us about 2 years to develop, there is one of the 4 building blocks is, of course, market design. And in this market design, on the next slide, there are 4 areas where we see the need to do something. On low carbon investments. Here, I would immediately say with 2-way contracts for differences, power purchase agreements, and also regulatory framework setup, we are really fine with okay, that's good. We are really fine, and I think it was well already included in the scope at the beginning. The second part is the flexibility and demand response. As we know, this is going to be a paramount part of the system operation, but also system resilience in the future, where we will have much more or many more small units. Their participation in ancillary services will be mandatory. And here too, I think the framework, the market design changes, or the contents of the scope now is good, which is important. There are short-term price signals preserved, and there has been also removing of barriers for the flexibility providers. Now, on system adequacy, whereas capacity mechanism as it is now is good for dispatchable resources, of course, taking into account the constraints in the grid, I think it still depends to what extent and how it will be really tackled in the final Commission's proposal 24. And finally, on the last point, or the last part of this market design topic or change, locational signals are still missing. Locational signals for balancing markets, capacity, also renewable support and grid tariffs, and we hope this might be part of the final product, if I may call it so. So to summarize, on the target, I would say, we have the CFDs, marginal short-term pricing has been preserved, which is very good. There is a new framework for regional pricing in crisis times, which of course was one of the key driving forces behind this market design exercise. In the meantime, as you know, when the war in Ukraine started and we were confronted with high prices already before this, as Mechthild said, and then it came even more challenging afterwards, and it's good that it's in. The regulatory framework, of course, as you know, it's TSOs, you are very much dependent on it. And finally, even though it's not TSO's business, I think it's very important, and ENTSO considers it important, that consumer protection found its place. Then there were 3 or 4 enhancements which Parliament and Council brought in, which we also very much welcome. Some improvements in CFDs, the review of capacity mechanism framework to simplify introduction. I'm really happy that these regional virtual hubs, you probably remember there was a lot of debate about it, they are only really possible subject to the adequate impact assessment and analysis. And finally, there are deadlines which are now, I think, more appropriate for the introduction of the shorter intraday gate closure times. And finally, as we are here, we use the opportunity to say what we would also like to propose to include. This is the flexibility needs assessment, consistent with system studies we have already. This is the use of congestion income for the offshore generation connected to hybrid interconnectors. This is also activation rule for peak shaving products. We have quite a few of those around, but I think we need a little bit more common rules. And finally, I hope also for a little bit less dense or more reasonable requirements for publication of the new connection capability. Thanking you again for your attention. This is what you have here, the links to the vision, the links to our suggestion on market design, and also comments a little bit more detailed than I presented here last. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, and thank you so much for the invitation to CEER to be here. I was very glad to see in the entrance you have a document of your strategy coming, and I could not agree more on the importance of strengthening the links between the IEA and CEER, particularly at a period of time where regulation is so much part of the challenges that we have on electricity systems worldwide, and international experiences can really be shared. In terms of the electricity market design, I would say it's been quite a year. I would not have any slides to share, but I think that the first step is to really highlight that the concept of this has been an evolution and not a revolution. And I believe this has been very healthy. And I really am happy of seeing that there's not been a violent turn of the steering wheel in terms of the fundamentals of the market design that helped Europe keep the lights on periods of real scarcity. But at the same time, there's been several lessons, and I think some of these are being expressed in the proposal and the announcements from the Parliament. Now, from the perspective of security, of course, the marginal pricing being there has been really key, but one of the elements that we see as needing some further evolution is precisely something you mentioned, Tahir, and it's the concept of locational signals. As you know, and as Mechthild introduced, at the IEA we have recently launched a report highlighting the role of grids in secure energy transitions, and the concept of location when you're looking at the operation and at the investments is key to make sure that all of the use of the grids is as efficient as possible. At the same time, to make sure that generation and demand receive the right signals to be placed and operated in ways that support the system. And from this perspective, further resolution in terms of the price signals being presented to the market at the geographical level are key. A second aspect that we see as very important to look at is further integration of the different market designs across time. And here I mean that we do talk about the electricity market design, but in reality we'll know that it's a series of markets across time that are connected and that they serve different purposes. And when we're looking at longer term PPAs, of course we're looking much more about the support for investment, towards hedging, all the way to the retail market where we're looking at consumers and the efficiency of dispatch on the spot market. From this perspective, I think that some of the announcements related to increasing the liquidity of forward markets could be added. I think that concepts like PPAs and CFDs are very valuable tools, but in general, there's no silver bullet. And trying to find a better link across the different timeframes of operation of our electricity markets is going to be key. A final point, not to extend myself too much, and it's not a specific point, but it's actually that the devil is in the details. And many of the measures that are presented in the proposal and after the Parliament have quite a bit of leeway in terms of the actual implementation afterwards. And certain aspects of the implementation can make a big difference regarding will this be a success or will this introduce difficulties further on the line. As a closing thought, I would like to highlight something that Mechthild said, and we must not forget, particularly after the winter, and the importance of consumer protection. And here I think there's still quite some open questions. As we move towards a more consumer-centric system, a more distributed system, we will need to find ways to handle the balance between wanting to give the right price signals and incentives for a flexible operation, while at the same time maintaining the possibility of having hedging ability for consumers, not having them being exposed to undue volatility or undue risk regarding their prices, and of course ensuring the affordability support to those that need it the most. So these are basically the points that I see as the next steps on this evolution on the short and medium term of the European electricity market design. Thank you so much.
Just a second, the microphone is not working yet.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Wolfgang. So, indeed, we had a functioning market design. Then the crisis came, with a number of emergency measures. Now we discuss the EMD, which is on its way, but still, I think we already now need to look forward, need to think about the changes in the whole system, need to see what further developments might be relevant after the EMD, and what should be reflected in the legal framework. Especially having in mind the long implementation times. So Mechthild said that we still implement the clean energy package. Well, I'm afraid I need to go farther back. We still implement the third package. So we need to think about 2030 and the decades beyond. And the real challenge lies in, well, let me start with the past. Decades in the past, we started the electrification of our European systems with small electric islands. These islands merged because of sharing of reserves, because of better efficiency, more stable system operation. And what we have now is really amazing. It's an interconnected system in Europe where we could really, well, it was a lot of effort, but we really achieved something in the past decades. Unfortunately, this is not the end point, but we need to go further. We need to drive the evolution further. And the challenge is indeed in the share of electricity in the overall energy system. So the global number is that today we have 20% of electricity in the final energy demand, and this will reach up to 35 in 2050. So I see three cornerstones for our future system that we all know well. It's the role of renewables, of course. It's also demand response and flexibility, of course, and its adequacy. All three are obvious, but I think that the relevance that we have, these issues have today, will significantly increase in the decades to come. So the role of renewables definitely needs to be addressed in all its aspects. So the grid connection, the system integration, including what it means for adequacy, what it means for emergency cases, also the market issues, including pricing structures and principles. And there's a new level of renewable share to be expected, and this might change the whole functioning of the system. So first, the renewables increase, and specifically its allocation has to be reflected in the models and in the scenarios. And renewables are challenging the whole system. So there might be congestion, we need redispatch, we need to check on the redispatch volumes. In future, we also need to accelerate network development. The grid action plan was mentioned already today. And there are open questions. So how often will renewables really be price setting in a region in 10 to 20 years? The next point on demand response. So even if demand response is tackled in the EMD, and we have some provisions here, it's worth to reflect on that with some experiences. So even if the upcoming network code on demand response will be implemented, we need to check on the experiences and best practice we collect and reframe the legal provisions afterwards. And here, it's a question how to best integrate a bigger share of demand response in our markets and in the system, reflecting to data exchange, aggregator models, as well as on baseline. And how, in fact, it's also an optimization issue, so how to optimize all the flexibility resources we have, and also how to enable the best outcome for the flexibility owner. And quite tricky question, is storage more than demand and generation? So do we need a separate category, especially also for cross-sector storage? A third point on adequacy. So I think it's broadly agreed that we need to maintain the level of adequacy that we have in our systems today, despite the significant changes in the generation portfolio and the higher level of electrification. So scenarios and modeling on the TSO and DSO level need to improve for markets and for network. Specifically, there are some questions regarding the proper time horizon. Should we need to look 5, 10, or maybe even 20 years ahead, and how to tackle the ever-increasing uncertainties? And what's a cost-efficient approach? Is it pan-European and covering the specifics of the member states and the interdependencies? In addition, these three cornerstones kind of step out of a conglomerate of other issues we still will need to tackle in future. So implementation time, prioritization of IT projects, supply chains, expertise and knowledge, and generally people, also on the permitting, on the sector coupling, cybersecurity, data hubs, technological developments, so there's a broad number of issues that are around our tables anyway. And in fact, there are two also crucial questions. Should and can we somehow simplify our systems? Or at least do we need to explain what we are doing and why we are doing? So I think our future activity would indeed be to bring together all the experience and expertise and knowledge to properly shape your future electricity system, because this gains importance every day with freshly electrified applications, as well as the amount of digitalization in all areas, well, of our lives that only function with electricity. So, moving towards the decarbonization while maintaining and improving the quality of operation is a huge challenge that we can jointly accept and we can deliver. So, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Christine. I think we might come back to this question of how can we simplify the system, because we are talking about new rules and it's getting more and more complicated. But maybe in the discussion later on, we'll talk about that. Hans Kreisel is chairman of GEODE. That's the lobbying organization which represents local gas and electricity network owners, more than 1,000 public companies from 15 countries in total. And he has long-time experience in the energy field. Since 2016-17, he's, as I said, the chairman of GEODE. And since 2019, he's also CEO of ENER Energy Group. That's a transmission system operator and DSO for gas and DSO for electricity. And Hans is a lawyer, and I would like to ask you for your introduction. Thank you, Hans.
Am I airbound? Yes, I am. Right? Yes. Thank you, Wolfgang. Thank you very much. And I think I will start there where Christina started in the past. So 25 years ago, I left the court as a young judge and stepped into the energy business. And at that time, we just started this travel, this trip, this voyage that we have been doing over the last 30 years. On the energy side. Unbundling, trying to get our arms around the electricity business, trying to get the heating business in there, the gas business, and so on and so forth. And with the Green Deal package, we are now taking the final steps to a fossil-free or renewable energy system for Europe. But we are truly at a crossroad right now, because when we started this journey with the first package, at that time, when we were talking about unbundling, the big challenge for us was trying to set up a system that would get investments in the system, although we had regulation. And if you read the first packages, that was the big challenge. Now, the electricity system at that time was a very stable system. We didn't really have to develop very much those days. We had big power plants and we had a linear delivery of energy to our customers. But today that has changed. And we are truly at a crossroad right now. Because in order to transform the energy system, we have to do a lot of things. And I normally say that the decarbonization of the energy system is fueled by the decentralization, as the Deputy General Secretary mentioned before, the decentralization of the electricity production system and the digitalization of the same. And we know that in order to do the transition, we need to be able to accept more PV, more wind, more hydrogen production. We need to accept more energy-intense industries. We need to accept a lot of new new EV points that can consume electricity. And everything of that is moving into the DSO system. And the DSOs will need to invest in order to take care of that. I just read the other day that in Europe we need to invest around 580 billion euros in the electricity system. When I look into the Swedish system, where I come from, we need to invest around 100 billion euros. And if you could change slides and go go on, or I can do it myself. Perfect. There we have it. Perfect. So in order to do that, 100 billion in the Swedish system, whereof 85% is in the DSO and regional and local DSO system. This will mean that we will have to increase the tariffs over the coming years with around 12-13 euro cents. And our worry is if we don't do that together with the regulators, we will have a very tough time. And you must agree with me that over the last decades, we've been mostly talking about consumer tariffs and not so much about investment attractiveness. So in order to get the transition going, there are 1,000 things we have to do. It's competences, it's sector integration, and it's a lot of things. I've picked out 4 here for today's conference. One is, and they are basically on the theme, 3 of them, of investments, and that is we need to attract adequate financing. So we need to be attractive for pension funds and so on and so forth to invest here. And in order to do that, we need stability. And that is regulatory stability, so that the investors knows what they can expect. And we see in many countries that we haven't a joint plan on where we want to go with the regulators, and we need to get to that point. Anticipatory investments. In order to do this transition, we need to invest for the future every time we start maintaining or changing a transformer station or building a new overhead line somewhere. We need to think 10 years ahead, and we need to do that together with the regulator. We need to have the possibility to overinvest in the beginning. In order to secure grid resilience, we need flexibility measurements. And the flexibility measurements, we try to get that as a DSO theme in the third Clean Energy for All Europeans package. Didn't succeed to do that. Now we see a lot of other companies, so perhaps the Commission was right at that time. We see a lot of other companies coming up with flexibility products, and that is good. Permitting is the last topic, and permitting is a real hurdle for us in order to invest. And that's a broad spectrum of permitting that is hindering that sort of new investments. So with those words, Wolfgang, thank you very much, and give the word back to you.
Thank you very much. I think if you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask questions to our panelists. Before these questions are coming, I have a general one. Arne already mentioned that some topics still have to be addressed in the electricity market design, and I would like to go more in this direction. So what is missing in the current proposal or discussions of the electricity market design? You mentioned that it's more an evolution at the moment rather than a revolution, which is, in my view, is good. But what would be the further steps? Probably not in this legislative process, but in the next one. Who wants to start? Yes.
That was working. Perfect. advancing and changing so quickly that we're going to need to see a continued evolution non-stop from now until possibly forever, who knows. And innovation, not just in technology, but innovation in the aspect of policymaking, will be key from this perspective. I quite welcome the broader view that was presented as well in the context of understanding the relationship between markets and grids, the relationship between markets and industrial and economical development. And from that perspective, there's a ton of questions. I would like to maybe think about one related to the challenges related to security. And indeed, when we are in a world where we're facing the need to triple renewables capacity to keep the Paris Agreement alive, to double energy efficiency in the coming decade, there are questions regarding, for example, the price signals, of course, but then on understanding how can we ensure that we move away from this energy-only perspective and we start to value the different services that are essential for our power grids to function. In the past, of course, centralized generation. Did I speak too long? Or
No. Please go on.
it started beeping red.
Yeah.
So in the past, centralized generation was very convenient from the perspective of giving us not only energy, but flexibility, adequacy, inertia, and all of these things. And today, of course, we're going to see a much broader variety of the sources of these things. And maybe great sources of energy are not really great sources of adequacy or flexibility. And we can use then other technologies that can provide this flexibility without necessarily using them for energy. But the key here will be to enable these investments to be made, for these CAPEX and OPEX to be recouped. And that means that the evaluation of these services needs to be part of these market designs. And I think this is one of the key challenges, particularly as we're moving towards more and more inverter-based resources, and that is resources that are connected through power electronics.
So we need a certain flexibility also when it comes to the regulatory framework, because we have to constantly adapt the system. But how does this come together with the regulatory stability, Hans?
Yeah, so I think that what you're mentioning is very important. I think that I mentioned it before as well. I think so. We will have an election next year, and we'll have a new commission, and the new commission will start their new package of some. And I do have some input to them, because I think that we are missing a couple of things right now. And the commission had the big grid coming together a couple of months ago. That was only electricity, and CEER was hosting it. We made a very, very good job. Congratulations to that. But we didn't really talk about sector integration. How to get both hydrogen, methane gas, and electricity and heating together into one system. And I think that that is also a regulatory challenge, you know, to accept investments or using regulated asset bases to make investments in systems that are good for the system, but perhaps it's outside the current regulated asset base. I think that sort of flexibility is it's only founded if you can talk to your regulator on a common topic, on a common goal to reach. I think that is very important. Another thing that we haven't reached the entire way is to get a broader view on this energy-centric system. I think we need to have a better capacity feeling for the system. I don't want to use the words that someone can interpret that I'm pro the one or the other system, but capacity markets need to come into the system one way or another.
So it's very interesting, because it's actually a discussion we are having with our TSOs and DSOs, what is within the regulatory asset base and what is outside. And I agree that at a certain moment, the network operators, the grid operators, they have certain duties to do, which are, at least at the moment, not foreseen in this regulatory model. Or they might do things which are important in the future. And to get this into a legal framework, to regulate these kind of new jobs maybe for DSOs, that's really a hard job. But Tahir, maybe you have a view on that?
I was thinking of answering your first question, but okay. The new jobs, we will have plethora of those. I don't think they will be so different from today. It will be maybe the way they are executed. But you asked what's the next. First of all, I think we all know, and then NCOE we truly believe that this is just one market design. Over the next 20 years, there will be a plethora of those. Because, you know, I'm 60 years old this year, and I look forward to my career in the future. You know, it's nice, because I'm not going to stop, hopefully, if I stay in good health. You said one thing on complexity, and I think we have already an answer which is halfway through. You know, we say think globally. It means, you know, Europe, we have a unique situation with European legislation, directives, regulation, which nobody has. Neither America, no other part of world where you have market. But then we say act locally, which means we will have this local specific, you know, Tyrolean valleys, Mediterranean basin, and so on, North offshore, and so on. And then we have a layer which we introduced, and this is the European answer to this coordination, coordinate regionally. You know what I'm speaking about. Christina knows also very well our discussions we had on these so-called regional coordination centers. And this is, I think, where we will have, or we will be dealing with this complexity. I'm talking about 3 ingredients of future market design, so if you learn, but this is also related to these new jobs, because this is where, in my case, I'm in charge of system operation. We have 2 jobs in operations which we didn't have 10 years ago. Operational planner did not exist 15 years ago. Grid economics and intraday did not exist 7 years ago. It was not needed. Yeah. So the second ingredient, if you allow me, is the non-discriminatory, maybe N-1. You know, we were in changing micros, the 2 of us, and N-1 will stay in flight, in flying, in an electricity sector, in every critical application. But this N-1 will in the future only be feasible N-plenty, because there we have 1 generator or 1 provider. We already have hundreds, and the end of the road, when we have real transition, maybe in 15, 20 years from now, we will have thousands or maybe millions. You know, if you look to the power systems of Denmark, also in my country, you see this already happening. And this is where we need really, and this is part of market design, part of grid connection, in between, non-discriminatory treatment also of renewable generation for the participation, incentivized participation in ancillary services, in balancing, and so on. We did already something with this market design, but we'd have to go further, because very soon, in 10 or 15 years, it's tomorrow, we will have nothing else but only small machine with a few nuclear plants around Europe. And it is really important that this is properly addressed. And finally, the last ingredient, I think it's not only possible by market design, and maybe also it's a new kind of profession of jobs or whatever you like to call it. We would need to create I'm not really speaking about more money from regulators. I speak about the environment for good investment, so that you really get the technology on the place where it makes sense. Because if we have a windmill in the bottom of a Tyrolean valley, it will not be good. If you have a solar panel in 3,000 meters, which is half a year covered by snow, also no good. So I think we will need to think, in a sense, we know some solutions of the past, like certificate system for renewables or something like this, to create not just market design, but to create the platform so that this, what's going to come, with really providing the best dispatch, the technically and economically most appropriate. So I try to also speak a little bit about these new jobs. There are plenty of them there. Sorry for being too long.
No, it's not too long at all. Christine, if you want to step in. Just talking about new jobs, I had the possibility to talk in front of like 500 young people last week. And they were about to find jobs and take the decision. And I gave them a guarantee, in case you're working in the field of energy, whatever it is, as technician, lawyer, energy. Go to energy. My guarantee is you will have jobs for your lifetime.
I give you my mobile number. Whatever you are, a lawyer or an economist, please give me a call. We are really. This is really a good point. And even the jobs you do not know today, energy is really absolutely top. Sure.
The energy matters. Christine. Otherwise, we have
Well,
that security
yes.
of supply. Yeah.
Yeah, that one works. So, indeed.
So flexible.
Well, just to fully support that the energy sector is the most interesting and well, promising and future-oriented and relevant sector I could imagine. So I really love working there, and I hope we can attract also students, other people to join us in this shared effort to shape the electricity system. And as electrical engineer, and we are 3 of us today here on the panel, which is not so often the case. Indeed, it's... Yeah, true. Of course, indeed, we need everybody. So, but what I wanted to say is that we all put a lot of effort in the implementation, and the challenge is that we need to balance that, we need to have the patience to wait what unfolds out of this implementation effort, and in parallel, we need to think further, we need to implement new aspects and include new aspects, new rules, new methodologies. So I think we need to do it step by step, which more or less speaks for evolution and not for revolution. But what's really, really important is that all of us, I think, love to see these scenarios and this modeling and the simulation. So because specifically in the electricity sector, you cannot test it on the living system. So you need to simulate, you need to have the models, you need to look into the future 10 years, 20 years with grid models and network models and market models. And that's a really important part of our work altogether. Yeah.
Now, we can take questions. There is a question. If you could just tell us your name and your function, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Mechthild Wörsdörfer. I am the head of foreign relations group in Turkish Energy Market Regulatory Authority. And thank you for your discussion about this topic today. I would like to raise a question about actually for the next decade maybe. As this, energy transition progress, as there are many more renewable energy systems in the system, and as there are more electricity storage system, countries will become, and the networks will become self-sufficient, So, and we know that investment is the main challenge for this energy transition. But here we are talking about almost 90% of distribution level grid investments. So I would like to ask whether these energy transition and decentralization makes cross-border TSO level investments less important in the future, so that the regulators should first address or prioritize this by increasing TSO tariffs more than TSO levels.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's ask the DSO representative and the TSO representative. Hans, you want to start? Or Tahir? Yeah.
50 chance if it's the one that works, yeah. Very good. Yeah, so I think you're spot on. As I said, I only have the Swedish example. It's 85% is on the DSO side in the new investments. But it's not only straightforward investments, it's also, as we heard before, technology innovations that will go hand in hand with those investments. It's not only batteries and the possibilities to transfer energy to other energy carriers and things like that, but it's also technology development that we don't know about yet. AI, for example. How could we optimize the grid with AI? We have flow-based now on the TSO side, and that's a good but complicated move in many areas. But how could we do that? And I think that sort of investments that we need to be done, it's very hard to do without having a dialogue with your regulator on should we go about doing this and not being punished if this one doesn't work, so that we can socialize the costs anyway. And I think that this is just the challenge that we have. Then I don't want to create a field of tension with the TSOs, because they have another very important topic to work with, and that is to connect the new systems. And we will also have big, huge generation plants, offshore wind, for example, that will create unstable grids. So the challenge will be there as well. But the new thing, just as you mentioned, will be the investments on the DSO side and the need to have a common goal together with the regulators in the future.
Tahir.
I'll try to be straightforward and answer the question. No, on the contrary. The cooperation, the strength of the link between TSO and DSO is going to go beyond any merit in the future, as we will see. We already have very deep cooperation with European DSO entity on, you might have known, cybersecurity network code, flexibility network code, and so on. But what I told you before about these myriads of small things instead of few big ones, you can see this, that the distribution system operators, where this all is connected to the medium voltage level, get directly involved in keeping the system alive. I mean the frequency, I mean keeping the system in synchronous operation by the aggregators who are connecting to them and providing us as TSOs these ancillary services we need. This is just one example. And there will be much more, or many more of those which will follow. So no, on the contrary, I think the key, one of the key ingredients for energy transition to work is really close and well-coordinated cooperation of TSOs and DSOs. And to give a reflection on artificial intelligence, this was my favorite when I was young. I had to do with it since 40 years. Everything what's going on today is going because of increased computing power. We had ideas on real-time expert systems, on dispatcher advisors, on all this 50, 60 years ago. Mr. Schweppe, who invented state estimation in the 70s, had all these ideas. What we have it in our operations. We have operational planning, remedial action optimizers, which are based on expert system technologies with neural networks. We have self-learning algorithm already in use. You know, it's nothing special, except if you create a cyborg as an alternative to a human being. I believe that there are still areas of our society, including probably, you know, climate, probably maybe you know, piloting the plane. I wouldn't like to see in a plane where only the robot is in the front, and also probably system control will need human. What is going already and what's going to happen more in the future, relieving this human from a cognitive barrier, from a huge plethora of data and information, and having her, the human, deciding on the key things and let the AI do the stupid things, you know, a little bit like bulk calculation and so on. Yeah. So I stop here now.
Are there any questions? Yes, Tanya. Get a microphone.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tanja Held. I work at the German regulator, Bundesnetzagentur. You were talking about locational signals and that they're still missing in the regulatory framework. And I know this debate, and it's been on for a while, and I wonder how to best make a regulatory framework that provides the right locational signals. So I would be very interested to hear your views on that.
Who wants to start? Christina? Yeah?
Well, so I would say in theory, so in the academic world, the locational pricing, of course, has some, on the nodal pricing, has some charm. I think also in an ideal world, if we have a perfectly functioning zonal system, it wouldn't be so far apart from a very good nodal system. But I think we also need to touch upon the effort every transition brings, or every kind of effort and additional workload that comes changing from one system to the other. So what we already have and decided quite a while ago in Europe is a zonal system. We have several methodologies constructed around, so be it this bidding zone review and other. And I think if we all together aim to optimizing what we already have, this might be the better solution than to change to something completely different. But of course, we should have an eye on that, always revisit this issue and see if we still are on track with what we are doing.
Anyway, yeah, Tahir.
You want?
No? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to give you a practical answer, but it's probably even founded in my long past. Wolfgang will know what I'm talking about. There is a very elegant way because what do you need locational signals for? You want economic optimum while keeping the security constraints. Now imagine having a system for support of renewables where you do it like in German-speaking countries, we have a so-called Grundbuch, which is a book where you put some evidence on your apartment or anything. If you have such a kind of database or a book where you keep a record of every 100 kilowatt hours, and you make a tertiary market for trading of these certificates, right? And since political goals are set, there is a renewables percentage, how many you want, but then you compensate for the difference to a market price, to renewable, to rest producers from this certificate database, trading this. This will, in a very elegant way, first of all, lead to right technology, because if you try to build a windmill somewhere where there is no wind, it will not pay off. But it will also overcome the burden which Christina mentioned rightfully. You know, we had this bidding zones, PGM have nodal pricing, all these nice things. But when the structure of the system changes, then you need to rethink your certificate or your locational signals. And I remember well one country on an island, we just recently went out of European Union. The Ofgem was experimenting with these locational signals. Every 5 years they were changing it kind of. And every 5 years the investors are stuck. What's going on now? So I think there are more sophisticated ways like certificate-based support of renewables, which will then more or less regulate itself. Of course, sorry, Wolfgang, finish now immediately. If it's done only on a country level, you need to, it's a question what's going to happen cross-border. But I think there are other things as well, which could be more sustainable than just these, you know, bidding zones and all these things, which change as things change in the field. And the things will change, believe me. We are building thousands of kilometers of lines. Just in my country, I think in the next 20 years, we will maybe have 42 new substations. We have 65 today, big one on 380 kV, and about 1,400 kilometers of new line to connect all this. But yeah.
I have a, oh yes, Hans, please.
Yeah, I kind of understood the question wrong, so forgive me if I'm shooting beside the target right now. But when we were working with the last package, we had the question on if you can remember the Article 25A, with the need of having on reporting the content, the green content in every grid. At that time, we were talking to the Commission and saying we should actually. The climate thing is a global thing, so it doesn't really matter that we have it a local signal in that way. Then we talked to Microsoft, and Microsoft has succeeded to do that, a global calculation of all its utilization of electricity and its own production of electricity globally, and net that in how many times every hour, I don't know. And I think that could be some sort of system that they've already succeeded, where we are a bit after them on the European scene. But did I get the location question right? No, I didn't. For the physical steering of the grid, you mean? Okay, I get that.
Pablo.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add a small point. Indeed, I think that there are certain aspects that can provide locational direction that could be out of market, as you mentioned. But I think that there's also important to acknowledge that the further that we separate the market design from the physical reality of our system, the harder work and more inefficiency costs we'll have to do to maintain those security constraints, to avoid redispatching. And now, I agree with what you say in terms of we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And from that perspective, I think that there's no need to say locational marginal pricing or death, but there are possibilities to improve the resolution of our market design in a way that will minimize the distance that exists between the theoretical world upon which the market is operating versus the physical reality of the electrons and the constraints that they need to respect. And in that manner, bring the operation of the market, bring the dispatching, and bring the clearing of the market on both sides in a direction where it will minimize the costs and in the end really support affordability. And there are several countries that are seeing in their budgets the bill growing in terms of the costs of what happens when you need to redispatch, when you need to curtail, when you need to compensate.
Are there any questions for the moment? No, then I have a question regarding the international perspective. Now, maybe for you, Pablo, and for the others, of course, of this panel. The question is, well, here we are in Brussels, we're talking about the European electricity market design, but of course, the topic we are talking about is a general topic, changing the whole system. Do you see any good examples in the world for a new market design, other regions and other continents maybe? Pablo, you want to start?
I think this is one of the first times I get such a question in a panel here in Brussels, and I think that's extremely positive. That makes me very happy. And I think that there's one reality that is common, and that after the energy crisis that we just experienced, every system is rethinking its pathway to how should we be trading electricity, how should we ensuring security, affordability, and sustainability. Now, I don't think any country has managed to solve the issue, but of course there's long-standing examples of things that have worked better and things that have worked not better. Again, the concept of locational marginal pricing or refined zones and bringing more geographical and time resolution is something that we've seen. But also when you're looking at maybe a bit outside just what you would call like the spot market design, but the more general framework of the electricity system, there's significant approaches that can be looked at in terms of integrated resource planning. When you're looking at some examples, for example, of how Australia is tackled. And that doesn't mean that their approach is perfect, but that there are some elements that could be incorporated, or even in some cases when certain countries are considering how to bring the financing and the investment that is needed for grids and the questions of do we need or not private participation. This is a discussion that doesn't start from zero. And again, it's not copy-pasting, but there's a wealth of information and experiences, both positive and negative, that you can see in different countries that have attempted or have experienced this kind of system. So I think it's very positive to have this broader perspective. I think that it's very good to learn from the good and bad experiences from others as well. But the important part here is that because it works somewhere else, it doesn't need that it will translate right over here. And I think that you mentioned, Taylor, at the beginning, the legislative framework of Europe is unique. And this applies in all the way from the relationship of the member states, supranational governments, to the particularities of even sub-national councils and institutions. So that's the one care that you need to make when you're translating these experiences to the local reality.
Any questions? No, I have many more questions. Or Tahir, you want to intervene? Sorry, there is a question.
Yes, thank you. Okay. My name is Aaron Fishbone. I work for an energy company called Greenway. We do electric vehicle charging services. And so actually, maybe following on exactly this topic you were just talking about translating, let's say, global design, electricity market design to the local context. I want to talk about how and the opening speaker talked about how not all member states have transposed even the last electricity market directive or the energy efficiency directive or RED 2 even, much less RED 3. And those are the markets in which Greenway operates, and Slovakia and Poland. And Tahir, we were talking actually in Bratislava last week on the panel that you were speaking at the Central European Energy Conference. So my question is about where there are big differences between what is envisioned in the electricity market design and the practical realities in member states themselves. The Regulatory Assistance Project put out a paper saying that there's only 8 countries in all of the EU where you can even offer flexibility products. And we see that as well. So we are not even able to offer, let's say, different tariffs for different times of use and whatnot to consumers because that's not allowed within the existing market in Slovakia, for example. And so, yes, there is let's say, a framework laid out in the electricity market design, but it is not necessarily reflected on the ground in the market conditions in the member states themselves. And so we are not able to offer products to our customers. A whole separate issue on, let's say, who is the customer for that product, but we cannot even offer that. And so I'm wondering how to sort of bridge that divide so that market players like ourselves and aggregators and others are able to play in that market and ultimately provide the very flexibility services that we're talking about here. It seems to me that the regulatory let's say, community has a large role to play in this topic.
So thank you very much. It's a very important question. So we have a common European framework, but what is missing, or sometimes missing, is the implementation, or at least that we have different levels of implementation. Maybe we start with the DSO view.
Yeah, you're totally correct, and that's what we are seeing in all the different countries. I don't have a solution to your problem, because that would mean for Europe to make more deeper legislations that will go directly into the member state countries, and that it's hard to get them onto that track. There is one package of legislation that EU has been struggling with for decades, and that is to have an energy tax system that would avoid the need for state, what do you call them, state exemption from supporting different technologies. But then we would have a joint view on what kind of technologies, what kind of market systems would actually incentivize different investments in the systems. Now it's it's been worked on again, and I'm not really certain how far the Commission will get this time with that package. But it's a topic where all the member states, they really defend their own right to create these support schemes internally. I think that what we would need is some sort of European way of incentivizing all the different topics in the energy system, whether it's CO2, whether it's renewable, whether it's flexibility, whether it's capacity.
From the regulators' point of view?
Yeah, well, what we could offer on the European level is monitoring and transparency, because I think it helps to see if another member state or another regulator or another DSO, TSO or another market participant has found solutions that could be rolled out in our own surroundings. So both is, of course, an effort, monitoring as well as providing transparency, but I think it's worth it.
Yeah, I know I'm only the moderator, but I would like to add something also from as a lawyer. Infringement procedure, that's the answer. Of course, I know that's only a legal answer to that, but we have to make sure, together with the European Commission and of course the member states, that we implement all these frameworks. I think deeper regulation could be an answer, or at least more clear rules and competencies, because this is what makes it even more complicated when implementing these rules. So that's what I would add from my side. Any other views or other questions, maybe? No. Well, I have another question, and this is, the market design was successful all over the years. It was, of course, changed and adapted to our new goals and needs. But then something happened last year. There was an extraordinary situation, and then we could see that this market design, in a way it was still working, but it showed prices which were extremely high. And this market design was not, all these rules were not built for this extraordinary events. And my question is, should we have in the new market design, in the future market design rules, that at a certain moment it is possible to intervene into the market based on certain triggers, but that we have clear rules when this intervention can be made, and that there are the same rules also saying that this state intervention has to stop at a certain moment because the market is, let's say, normal again. Would these kind of rules be useful? What do you think? Pablo?
Thank you. Well, indeed, we saw these high prices, and I think important thing to really clarify is that this was a real moment of scarcity. So that these prices were not artifacts, they were reflecting a dependency on a fuel that was essential for balancing our system, a technological limitation of replacing it. And I would say that these prices, indeed, in the shorter market, kept the lights on. Now, of course, there's the question of affordability that really drove interventions from member states in different manners. I think one of the lessons that comes from this is that it is good to have an arsenal of tools prepared that you know how and when to use before you need them, instead of needing to come up in the moment of crisis on short deadlines without sometimes strong evidence of what's going to happen. Because first of all, you want to have the best tools available. And second of all, you want to provide certainty and clarity for all the participants regarding how long this is going to last, what's going to be the impact, who's going to decide when it starts and how it starts versus when it stops and how it stops. And a final point is related to what we saw also is that when you have countries that are part of the same system and their neighbors implementing measures in different ways, what you start seeing are strong distortions. And those distortions in the end are costs that are paid by somebody. They can be costs that are inefficient, there can be costs that are transferred from one zone to another. And these also can create problems when compared to having a set of tools that can be applied in a coordinated manner as to basically maximize the positive impact that they may have. So I would say that it is clear that when you have these kind of situations, interventions will happen. There's a political pressure that this means that this will happen, and we've seen it from the political perspective. So it's good to have a clear idea of how these interventions can take place and what are the rules that govern them.
So like the safety car in the Formula One, maybe, for a certain... Christine first, and then Tahir and Hans.
Indeed, I agree that there need to be clear conditions when and how long and who and so on. But I just would like to refer to the other areas where we have some rules how the market could be put on hold. There is a risk preparedness regulation, there is the emergency restoration code. If we come closer to a crisis, we already agreed on some rules at the European level, but still here, it's good to be very clear on for which situations this should be applied. And also be sure on all the consequences that some interventions might have.
Hans?
Yeah, so I think I've been debating this question for 20 years now. And when there's normally someone from academia sitting in the panel, and they always argue no interventions. It's the high prices that will trigger the new investments. And I always argued that is wrong because societies won't let that happen. And we saw that during these crises as well. Society won't let that happen. So how do we do that then? So one possibility is, of course, doing controlled interventions, as you are proposing. Another thing is, I think, then we're talking about capacity markets and putting the responsibility more with the TSOs as the primary responsibility and a secondary responsibility with the DSOs. To see too that there is an N-many, as you mentioned here earlier, so that we could also in crisis have access to capacity in the networks. We've had for many years a crisis set up on which industries are we going to deconnect from the grid if we have a lack of capacity in the networks. But I think that I'm not really certain that I think that a controlled intervention is the way to go. I think it's better with a market-based capacity solution. And I'm not really certain that we had a real lack of energy, or if it was the herd of gnus, just the herd of gnus, also us, ourselves, that were just running in that direction. And everyone was just strengthening that thought of that we had a crisis. I know that we had a potential crisis. I'm the first one to admit that. But did we have a real lack of energy somewhere? Where did we? Yeah, so stop there.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to remind, of course, that the market paradigm means we assume there is a surplus of the goods. And of course, if it's not, then it's a different kind of market, or there is no market at all, and then we have it called energy crisis. Nevertheless, Christina mentioned already we have these kind of provisions in the present package. This is this energy crisis boundaries for interventions and so on. But from a practitioner's perspective, what we learned last year with our winter outlook, weekly updates, simulations, trainings, we were really counting on everything in winter. Keep market alive at all price, because we do not have mechanisms, we do not have people. I do not have a person in control room who is able to do dispatching, because it's not been done for 30 years and all retired already. There is nobody to do clearing, and if there is a market for balancing power, there will be no low frequency control. So I think, I do not like this wording, control, intervention, or whatever. I think this is where we are really, this was the experience of the past year for the TSOs, for ENTSO-E, I think for everybody. We have gone an irreversible way with the market in Europe, of which, by the way, I think we should be proud. And I think, you know, I don't know who can say no market, stop it, and so on. But if it happens, then we will have really, and if it's for a longer time, you know, days, weeks or so, we will have issues simply with competence, with know-how, with who's doing what, because our world is really different since more than a quarter of the century. Thank you.
I would just, yeah, I just like to answer a bit, because from my perspective, the idea of having an emergency intervention does not mean that an intervention means suspending the market. And I think that that's very important to make it very clear. And I completely agree with you. Like, the market clearing is the one way to make it happen. But part of the emergency intervention can also be how do you ensure that the most vulnerable consumers are being protected? And you can do that without destroying one of the key tools for electricity security, which is that market clearing process. So I want to just clarify that there's a broader understanding of emergency measures, and they do not mean necessarily going from functioning market to removing a market. And I think that indeed the mission of the short-term market is precisely to maintain that clearing and to ensure security and give you the signals that you need to understand what's happening, and that you can then support whatever you need to support without needing to destroy that as the only measure possible.
Well, many thanks for all your interventions, for the really interesting discussion. We heard a lot about what is on the table regarding the electricity market design, what is needed in the future, that we should try to implement in a clear way all the rules we have currently, and that we have to work on that as well, that we should also look beyond the European borders. And my takeaway is that, we do not have only one market design, we will have many more in the future, and this is why we all have a job in the future and also the next generations. So thank you so much for this very interesting discussion. Thank you. Danke, danke. Thank you.
Hi. Okay. Good afternoon on my side as well, and welcome to the second panel of the CEER Annual Conference. We will continue the discussions on the latest advancements and challenges and opportunities that relate to gas decarbonization and also the introduction of low-carbon gases in the network to achieve a net zero emission energy market. My name is Csilla Bartók, and I am acting head of Department of Infrastructure, Gas and Energy Retail at ACER. And of course, we are looking also with great interest forward to see these packages that Mechthild was presenting being finalized and to look forward to the work together and hand in hand with the energy regulators. I have a very impressive panel today. And it is coming up, so that's excellent. I'm getting some help with some pictures here. And I will start to introduce the panelists in the order that you see them. So first I will present Emmanuelle Wargon. She's president of the Commission de Régulation de l'Énergie, the French energy regulator. And Emmanuelle has spent most of her professional career in public services with independent government institutions and central administration. She started as auditor, but then she became technical advisor to the cabinet of Mr. Bernard Couchet, Minister Delegate for Health. Then she was heading later the cabinet of Martin Hirsch, the High Commissioner for Active Solidarity Against Poverty, and later High Commissioner for the Youth. Then in 2010, she was first Secretary General of the ministries in charge of social affairs, and then she was General Delegate for Employment and Vocational Training at the Ministry of Labor. She spent some time in the private sector with the Danone Group, but then she returned very much to the public administration, and then she was working closely with two governments. She was Secretary of State to the Minister of Ecological Transition and Solidarity, and then she was appointed a Minister Delegate for the Housing to the Minister of Ecological Transition. And now she's the president of CRE, and she would be talking to us about biomethane. And then I have also with us Anders Mathiasson. And Anders started his professional career in construction with a master's degree in civil engineering. But in the last 25 years, he was working on energy and gas industry. He worked as managing director of marketing and sales at the company of Öresundskraft in southern Sweden, and then he became CEO of the Swedish Gas Association between 2004 and 2016. He spent years, important years, when the biomethane market was building up in Sweden. So I'm really looking forward to hear some interesting challenges and developments that you were experiencing in this position. And today he's still active. He's an independent consultant and senior advisor to the Swedish Gas Association, and he has been board member at the European Biogas Association since 2016 and elected president in 2022. And next to me I have Ilaria. We have a close working relationship with Ilaria. Ilaria is head of gas and hydrogen at the Florence School of Regulation. She specializes in EU institutional relations and energy regulation. And during 9 years working in Brussels, she played a pivotal role at EFAT, including founding EFAT Italy. And then, following that, and also throughout these years that we are collaborating with FSR, she's following all the energy packages and the RES directive, EMIR regulation, REMIT, the security of supply regulation. And what FSR does is they are collecting best practices, and Ilaria indeed collects best practices for several years, and also advising countries to implement a better regulation. Ilaria is leading and directs the FSR specialized training on regulation and gas markets and the FSR Clean Molecules course. And some of you might have been acquainted with those courses. I certainly did. So that's great, and thank you for being here. Ilaria will talk about the hydrogen and decarbonized gas market package shortly after I finish. And then Thomas Bobinger, welcome. And then Thomas is policy officer for the EU internal market at the Federation of German Consumer Organizations. And Thomas is policy officer. And then he spent at policy officer, as I said, at the Brussels office of the Federation. And then, of course, he's also following the ongoing packages and the discussions around that. And Thomas is focusing on consumer rights in energy, sustainability in two sectors, energy and telecoms. He holds a BA in European Study from Maastricht and an LLM in Law and Politics from the Free University of Amsterdam. And he worked several years in governmental affairs company here in Brussels. And with that, I would say also a few words, not only about the panelists, whom I very much welcome, but I would also say a few words about where we stay a bit with the gas decarbonization and hydrogen. And so what we, of course, see, there is a very active political dialogue on this topic, but also there's a lot of thinking, you know, like how the decarbonization trajectories in our European member states would look like. And we also understand that in this process, that the role of natural gas will be reduced in the energy mix, and the question is how we go forward. And we understand also that there will be a substantial electrification, but there will also be biomethane playing an increasing role going forward. Then there's an ongoing discussion what's happening with hydrogen and what the general or the kind of the more agreed approach is that hydrogen will help the hard-to-abate industries through the creation of some of industry valleys, and some of them are in place, some of them are being created. And then gas will be essential while, during this pathway, as we are getting more and more decarbonized, gas will be essential to provide some flexibility until the electricity grids has alternatives and will be sufficiently engaged to manage this, this decarbonization pathway. Now, it's very important that, that we have discussions about this topic. It's a difficult one, and it's going to be progressing throughout the coming decade. And then we can also see that not all member states have an exact trajectory for decarbonization. I would very much support to see a debate there going on and to understand what would be the various solutions that the member states would take. Certainly, we have some member states who would push very much for a strong electricity penetration, and then a more limited addition, which would be coming from the decarbonized gases. And we also have some other trajectories where we see a stronger role for hydrogen. But this discussion is ongoing, and eventually I would not strongly enter in, you know, which one is the right one or the wrong one. It's rather I would like to see how the panelists would interact on this topic and see what is the current wisdom today, and I would be very much focusing on that. What is important also that we think a little bit about how we would be managing the gas transmission networks going forward, and there we also see that we have a couple of options that we could take. One of which would be that we would repurpose some of the lines for different purposes. There would be lines that would be decommissioned depending on the new uses of this infrastructure. And we would also have strategies which would push for the reinvestment in some parts of the network until there is clarity about the transformation trajectories that the member states would take. And with this, I would stop, and I would like to give the floor to Emmanuelle Vargon to go and present her slides. Emmanuelle, excellent. I hear you. Please go ahead. Okay. And we see you as well. Thanks a lot. Okay. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. And I think it's very interesting to understand what is happening in the various markets, like the French market, how you are preparing for the decarbonization of your economy. But moving forward, I would like to ask Anders to tell us a bit about his experiences of biogas and biomethane.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here. As president for the EBA, I'm not working with the regulation issues every day, not every second day even. So I will take this from let's say, a helicopter view for talking about what the EBA wants in the future. So I will focus on EBA's most long time important issue right now, the target to produce 35 BCM, around 350 terawatt-hour biomethane by 2030. And that was the target that the Commission set last year in the REPowerEU. And from our point of view, it was very interesting that we now this time got a specific target for how much biomethane the European Commission wanted us to produce in just a few years. So since then we have formed a partnership called the Biomethane Industrial Partnership, BIP, and in this partnership there are, of course, the biogas industry, end users, policymakers, and other stakeholders working in this one. And the goal here is to support the achievement of the 35 BCM production and use of sustainable biomethane during this time, but also to create the preconditions for a further ramp up towards 2050. I mean, we can't just stop with the 35 BCM, we must have a goal 2040, 2052. So everyone is working hard here in different task forces, and to find solutions here for various bottlenecks in the production, logistics, and of course also in the market. Some example here from these task forces are working with the national biomethane targets, a very hot topic right now when the national energy and climate plans are decided and will be decided in just a couple of months. I guess we will maybe come back to this during the discussion. Also, we want to accelerate biomethane project development and investments, and permitting, not least permitting, can take a long time before you start to plan, and then before you can start to build this plant. A very big problem in major part of Europe, as I find. Also find and develop sustainable biomass sources for producing of biomethane. Cost efficiency, of course, also. And a task force that just has come up in the BIP, I would like to mention two here. It's the integration of Ukraine as a supplier of sustainable biomethane. And this, of course, we do together with the Commission too. And I should say this broadened the question of the importance of biogas and also of course, biomethane. It's not only a question of the climate and reducing CO2 emissions. I mean, biomethane has many benefits: environmental, economic, social. We produce biofertilizer. We improve air quality when we reduce emissions from nitrogen, oxygen, sulfur oxides, and so on. If we reach the goal of 35 BCM, there will be approximately 500,000 new jobs in this business in 2030. We also produce biogenic CO2, so there are many advantages. And finally, is in this generation, energy security. And maybe that is, in this unpredictable time, the most important of these benefits from biomethane. 35 BCM, that is a tenfold increase since 2000, if we start to count from 2021. So, of course, is there feedstock enough? And we have, not only we, but also others have done many studies, several studies, and to prove that. And yes, there is enough feedstock to produce these 35 BCM, and there is also enough feedstock to go further And maybe around 2050 we could produce 150, 160 BCM biomethane. In the first step, that would be around 15% of the natural gas volume around 2030. When we come to 2050, that could we could change from around 40 to 60% of the natural gas volume. So in time, it will increase and be a good part of the gas solution in the future. But of course, we have to do a good job, and even if we have the potential, the journey will be definitely tough. But here we have a good example, I would say. We have a good example in Denmark. They have been working very, very hard with this issue for a couple of years. If I go back to 2014, Denmark produced 1.5 terawatt-hour biogas. No biomethane at all, no upgrading at all, just biogas. 8 years later, in 2022, Denmark produced still 1.5 terawatt-hour biogas, but they also produced 6.5 terawatt-hour biomethane. I mean, that's an incredible strong increase in such a few years, and that is an example that shows that it's definitely possible to until 2030 come up to our 35 BCM. But it's not only, of course, a question of production. We also got to have the market there, the demand from the market, and of course also we must reach the market in a cost-effective way. When we come to the market, I would say yes, it is there. All markets are moving towards a sustainable society, and I have done a small job in Sweden. We interviewed about 30 industries during the last 2 months. They are working with, most of them are working with fossil gas, natural gas, or propane today. And every one of them, every one of these are going to look for green alternatives when we come to 2030. So it's no doubt the market is definitely there. So if we then come to the route from production to the users, and naturally we come then of course to the gas network. It's also very, very important that we all here together can work so that we get to the market as fast and as cost efficient as possible. We need guarantees of origin for biomethane. We need a free flow throughout the whole Europe. To make this increasement here, and as I understand, we need standards all over Europe. No national standards. We must get rid of all the barriers here we have between different countries here. And I also can notice France was a very, very good example here, and Denmark, of course, has been also. But in many countries there are still barriers for the biogas and especially the biomethane plants to get out on the grid. It's very difficult for some of them, and that is something we must fix as soon as possible. And I hope that we, in the gas package and other things now, can do something about that. And finally, I think that is an important thing. I mean, all biogas and biomethane is produced in Europe and will be consumed here in Europe. So we have here a product that we can say made in Europe for Europe. And I think that it's an important thing to remember in these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anders. And what I really like usually in the biomethane presentation, there is a lot of enthusiasm about the elements that create some sort of circularity or reusing practically the waste that is coming from the agricultural sector and other sectors. So thank you very much for bringing this enthusiasm here. And I would like then to pass the floor to Ilaria, who would give a few words about her perspective and her understanding what has been happening with hydrogen throughout the couple of years that we are working with this, or more, that we are working with this future product.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you very much to CEER for the kind invitation. Yes, so in my presentation, I will not actually talk specifically about the hydrogen decarbonized gas markets package. It's, as Sheila made very clear, it's all in the making, and there are still also many questions to be clarified. What I will do instead with this presentation is trying to answer to the main question for the panel, advancing these gases, renewable low-carbon gases, what is their role in the future? And I think it's, I will focus on clean hydrogen, first of all, and I will try to illustrate how, in fact, the role of hydrogen in the regulatory discourse has changed depending on the challenges that the whole energy system was called to address. And we will see that in only 3 years, actually, the role of hydrogen has changed quite significantly. We will see how. So, thanks. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Let's see. Excellent.
Okay, so here, well, you have a slide that we usually show in training courses. That's not the right moment to go through all of it. And by the way, all of you are, I think most of you are extremely familiar with the regulatory evolution over the years since the very beginning in the 90s, when the whole EU energy policy and regulation started. But we can also see very clearly how the 3 main objectives of EU energy policy have been the same since the beginning: competitiveness, security of supply, and sustainability. And here I have divided, depending on the main focus, so you don't have to intend this as primary, secondary, or tertiary regulation, it's just focus. And you see that this order, this merit order, has changed significantly over the years. We had the first energy package and the second energy package and the third. They were mainly focusing on competition. Of course, security of supply, sustainability were also there, but in with a smaller focus. Then we had the big supply disruption, the very first dramatic preview of the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. And then security of supply was more in the focus. So, but let's say that we don't have trace of hydrogen until very recently. Until 2020, the debate on renewable low-carbon gases actually started. They entered the Madrid Forum in 2018, and there were studies on the future role of gas, the FROG study from CEER and many others, to understand to what extent these new, let's say, gases were meant to enter the energy system. And then it was finally in 2020 that there is the first publication of the European Hydrogen Strategy. And there, which was published on the same day of the energy system integration, and indeed, hydrogen there entered as a support to a wider and complex target, which was an integrated energy system. So in that sense, hydrogen was still a very limited role in the future energy system. And indeed, even the European Hydrogen Strategy had long-term significant ambitions at 2050, but until 2030, hydrogen was meant to replace basically gray hydrogen or a little more. These changes, we are in 2020. In 2021, there is the publication of the Fit for 55 package, which has, as we know, a great focus on sustainability, reducing emissions. And therefore, the role of hydrogen also changes with the aim of the package. Hydrogen is seen as a possible enabler of a more sustainable system. Then, sorry, because I don't want to forget anything. It's quite a lot of story. Yes. Yes, so then with 2021 and the Fit for 55 package, we also see an increase in the ambitions in terms of volumes, obviously, and we will see this more clearly in the next slides. But then in 2022, Europe enters the energy crisis. There is the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And as we know, many regulatory initiatives put again on top of the agenda security of supply. One of these pillars, the other pillar that was that had been maybe a little bit neglected in the previous years. Secure supply gets back on top of the agenda, and just like many other instruments that Europe had at disposal, hydrogen is accelerated. There is a whole acceleration of all the possibilities that Europe had to respond to this crisis, and in particular to the possibility of a shortage in security of supply. So we have the hydrogen accelerator in the Repower EU, which increases even more the ambitions and also in terms of volumes, because we know that we have now in the Repower EU, the target is 20 million tons of renewable hydrogen. So what is important here to underline is that, again, hydrogen changes his role. Now hydrogen is one of the possible instruments, one of the possible enablers of security of supply, one of the bullets, not the silver bullet, but certainly one of the bullets. And then we have, last but not least, addressing the last pillar, which is competitiveness. Hydrogen is included in the NZIA and also in the Green Deal investment plan with even more ambitious targets, because in addition to the targets included in the Repower EU, there is a wider scope for hydrogen as you know, the enabler of the technological transformation as a backup to the European industry, in response also to the IRA. So if the next slides, we see this more clearly. These are all just animations. You can skip. Thanks. Yeah, all. Please go to the end. 3 and 4, that's it. So what we can see here, it's very clear, self-explanatory. We see how also, along with this evolution in the role of hydrogen, we see also an increase in the volumes, in the ambition of the targets for hydrogen in the energy system, from 4 million tons in the European hydrogen strategy to 10 million tons in the Fit for 55 package, then 20 million tons. And in the latest initiative, NZIA and GDIP, we have the 20 million tons plus even more ambitious targets for hydrogen to be a support in the industrial sector in Europe. So the question now is hydrogen, and clean hydrogen in particular, will it be the real backbone of the future energy system? Well, this is clearly a trend, and the question is still open, as we said many times today. But we have also to look at what we have already. We have the package which is about to be finalized. We have the PCI list, which has just been approved and included a number of hydrogen projects. It seems that there is a big momentum from the industry, and what is probably missing is some more or clearer investment signals. And we had also in the recent years a few European-led initiatives. I'm thinking of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and now also the initiatives linked to the European Hydrogen Bank with the first hydrogen auction, which has been launched only last week. So still many question marks, particularly regarding infrastructure, but certainly we see an evolution in the role of hydrogen in the recent and probably in the future energy regulation in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilaria. And indeed, we have a couple of question marks that we, and especially the industry, needs to answer, like how demand and supply will find each other and how much demand of hydrogen we would have in Europe. I would like then to call to the last speaker. I hopefully will give also the remote. And I would like to hear then, Thomas, what do you think about hydrogen?
Thank you very much for inviting me here. Can we show the slide that I have prepared? Thank you.
Okay.
So I speak on behalf of the Federation of German Consumer Organizations, And I just want to be clear that when I talk about consumers, I talk about household consumers and not energy-intensive industries. You see here a couple of key messages on hydrogen from a consumer perspective. We say yes to hydrogen as an enabler of a sustainable transition, as Ilaria just said, but only for the hard-to-abate sectors. And we do not consider households to be a hard-to-abate sector. Secondly, hydrogen faces many challenges. I will go into them in a second. Electrification remains the way forward for households, the main pathway. And we need to avoid replicating the regulatory and economic mistakes that we did already with the fossil fuel industry 20 or 30 years ago. Now talking about hydrogen challenges from a household perspective, the first challenge that comes to mind is cost and financing. It is an incredibly expensive economy to build up, and we need to implement the user pays principle. Households should not cross-subsidize hydrogen if they do not use it. And the H2 backbone should only be for hard-to-abate industries, like energy-intensive industries, heavy transport, and airplanes, for example. The second challenge we need to consider is the willingness to pay of consumers. So I have my great doubts about whether households are willing to pay when they buy a car or a house, and this car or house is built with cement, aluminium, and steel that is based on green hydrogen. If it's much more expensive than a normal house, consumers will not buy it, and that's going to be a problem in the future. The third challenge is sourcing. Households do care about supply chains. We see that with the supply chain law on the European level, but also the national supply chain law. Consumers do not want to have blood hydrogen from autocratic regimes, and they do not want to engage in colonialism, climate colonialism. These are some of the reproaches that we already hear from environmental NGOs when we talk about sourcing hydrogen from countries like Nigeria, which already have a fragile energy economy themselves. The fourth challenge is long-term planning. As usual, grid operators now need to face tough choices and make plans for the phase-out of a large part, a substantial part of their gas distribution network due to the heat pump and district heating ramp-up that we will see in the next years. The fifth challenge, and maybe most important, is the role model challenge. We always talk about Europe as a role model for developing nations, but when the future energy system is more expensive, less affordable, and we go from showering to wash clothes during the energy crisis, then this is not a path that developing nations will want to follow. When I talk about regulatory mistakes that we need to avoid when we build up the hydrogen economy, I will also offer some solutions. First of all, we need unbundling. We need to separate production and distribution. We need to avoid oligopolies. We need to regulate the infrastructure monopolies. This is one point that has failed in the trilogues on 28th of November because unbundling was watered down substantially. Diversification. Do not become overly reliant on one supplier country, and create local value chains in developing countries where we source hydrogen from. The third issue is implement the user pays principle. There should be no direct or indirect financing between different infrastructures, gas and hydrogen, and no special exemption regimes for hydrogen users. Right now in Germany, with our CO2 pricing for households, we finance H2 industries. That's bad. We had this whole discussion already with the renewable surcharge for years where energy-intensive industries were exempt from levies and surcharges. It decreases the acceptance of the transition from households. Efficiency. Efficiency first, and not just energy efficiency, but also resource efficiency needs to be the backbone of any industrial policy. This allows us to reduce the amount of hydrogen we actually need to abate and to build and to get sustainable raw materials like cement and aluminium. but we need to implement it in a straightforward and strategic way all across the sectors. We need to use electrification where possible, locate renewable sources before we build infrastructure, and use renewable energy sources directly where possible before incurring transmission losses. Planning. We need long-term planning, I already said it. We need top-down planning, we need regulatory oversight, and we need to take climate neutrality targets, efficiency targets, and sector coupling into account. And most of all, we need realistic targets. 20 million tons of hydrogen is not a realistic target. We need to avoid costly bailouts due to delayed policy decisions. We've seen that with the coal phase-out in Germany and the nuclear phase-out. When decisions are being made late in the game, it becomes more expensive. We've seen it with the heating law in Germany, the discussion that we had this year. Denmark is decades ahead of us when it comes to heat pumps and energy performance of buildings. Now we start in Germany. Now it has become so expensive that we need to subsidize it to the tune of 70% for vulnerable consumers. That costs the state money, and it decreases the acceptance of the transition again. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And indeed, I agree that it's very important to be a little bit ahead of the curve. The late decisions are extremely dangerous when well, you have little time to figure out what is coming next. I will propose a couple of follow-up questions from me until the questions from the audience come up, and I'm encouraging the audience to be courageous and ask questions, and the same also for the for those who are listening this conversation through virtual channels. So the first follow-up question would go to Emmanuel, and I don't see you, unfortunately, but maybe you will come back on screen again. And we are aware that there is a report on the future of the gas infrastructure in France. We were also discussing this among some of your experts and us at ACER. So I would like to know, how are you looking at hydrogen, and what are the French perspectives here?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can see you and hear you very well. Very much. This is very interesting. Also, that as times go by, the national strategies and trajectories are evolving. A little bit look what you are having in terms of sources in the countries, and then where you would be taking those sources and how you would then work ahead. And it's also very important to work with the neighbors to see what their trajectories are and their needs are. So thank you very much. And at this point, I'm turning to Anders. And you were mentioning the feedstock about which we had a very different vision some time ago, and now we are understanding that we have a lot more sources to produce biogas and biomethane and improve it into biomethane. So what has happened? What is the understanding that we gained throughout the years since we are dealing with this product?
Well, first of all, if I didn't mention it enough many times before, we really mean that we should have sustainable biomethane. So that's very important. I mean, well, there is always a development. I could take one example. 5-6 years ago, no one. Well, you could not say then that hay was something you could produce biomethane from. Today, this is one of the sources that has come out, and there is continuously the development to find new resources here. So that is one of the big ones that has come, and also many discussions of subsequential crops. Well, that discussion has started 5, 6, 7 years ago, but now we have got even further, so we can notice, especially in the south of Europe, that subsequential crops could come with good volumes from these parts also. So that is two of the parts. Then if we look further on to 2050, then we have the development of the thermal gasification that has been ongoing for quite a long time, but and it goes quite slowly. If I go back to Sweden, we have 2 or 3 companies now working with this, and they have been in the south of Sweden. There has been testing for 2 or 3 years in an industry that has been using, or still are using, natural gas. They are using some biogas, and then they are also trying to improve this gasification. And it goes slowly, but it goes forward. And that is definitely also one of the that we think, especially in the northern part of Europe, I think vital and big for what do you call forces in the future here.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. There is a follow-up question for Ilaria as well. So eventually, when I was looking at the first slide, in the end, I see a little bit the energy trilemma. Like, what drives hydrogen? It's the market, its sustainability goals, or its security of supply. What is your view? I know that the policymakers have changed this view, but how do you see that, or how FSR sees that?
Well, I think it's not univocal. I mean, there is also, I think, an ex-ante question. Why hydrogen? And why not something else? Well, in some of my lectures, I think we discussed this, but again, looking at facts, hydrogen is the most abundant element in nature. And so that's probably the starting point. Clearly, it's not so easy to extract it and use it for any purposes. And that's why we had all this discussion about. But in principle, it's a very versatile molecule. It can be stored, it can be liquefied. So there are some, even at the level of physics, there are some good reasons why hydrogen has been taken into consideration at physics level and chemistry level. But then also, if we look at hydrogen in the perspective of the 3 pillars that I mentioned earlier on, so competitiveness, security, and sustainability, hydrogen seems to meet or satisfy at least partly each of them, because in terms of sustainability, we know that it's possible to generate hydrogen in a sustainable way. We can discuss which way, but there are ways to produce actually renewable hydrogen. In terms of competitiveness, it is, as we've seen in the recent NZIA and GDIP, it is an element which can contribute to make the system more competitive, the economic system in Europe. And security of supply. It's something that can be produced internally within the European market. So we don't need necessarily to import it from third countries, as it was the case, for example, for gas, on which we were heavily dependent for decades. So in this sense, I think hydrogen serves all this scope, all these three different scopes and ambitions. But clearly, as we say, the transition is slow. There are many questions still open to be addressed, and to be addressed in a careful way, because as also Thomas mentioned, we shouldn't make the same mistakes again. We should be careful with the decisions, while at the same time taking into account the need to speed up with the whole decarbonization and investments process, which is the real dilemma we are in, not the trilemma. It's really a dilemma we are witnessing at the moment. So we'll be working on trying to advance and possibly speed up the transition, and we'll see what it brings.
Thank you very much. Thomas, I was wondering, yeah, everything is good? We have plenty of little micros here. Thanks a lot. Okay, very good. So Thomas, I was listening very carefully to the asks and what consumers would be, what consumers would like to have. And I would like to ask this question you were not talking about, but what do you find most important in terms of electrifying the heating of the households? What is the challenge there? What do you find most challenging in Germany, where practically your association is based?
Do you mean now the electrification?
The electrification of households, and not making the same mistake, not kind of bringing in elements that maybe are not necessary for having a proper home with some warming appliances. So, how do you see that?
Yeah, I don't see so much that we repeat the same mistakes when it comes to heating electrically. I was more warning if we wanted to heat with hydrogen, which is sometimes a demand that is brought forward by gas distribution system operators who are looking for a reuse of their network, which is economically understandable from their point of view. We just recently had the experience in the UK of the Whitby or Whitby village, which was supposed to be the first hydrogen village, heating for homes, and it was cancelled a couple of months ago because there was no local support. People were supposed to be subsidized for switching to hydrogen, and they revolted. So the communication was bad. There was a lot of fear of costs. There was fear on being stuck with hydrogen, which they were assuming does not work. There were fears on the material being explosive, so also dangerous in terms of safety. When it comes to electrification, I think the way is straightforward, and the compromise that was now found in Germany was a good one. We need planning. We need local heat plans. The European Commission was right to propose it in 2021 in the Energy Efficiency Directive, local heating and cooling plans for communities above 45,000 citizens. In Germany, it's now every commune, every municipality. And once you have that, once you have located your sources from which you can heat, district heating, biomass, pellets, renewables, solar thermy, or even biomethane, then you can start implementing it. And we assume that a large part of German consumers in the future will heat electrically because of the rising price for gas, fossil gas, because of the introduction of a CO2 price on the European level. We also have one on the German level already. So there are regulatory positives to be noted because the signaling is working. It could be stronger. However, if there is price signaling, there needs to be a mechanism to support those that are vulnerable. And just from a consumer point of view, vulnerable is not just a person with disabilities or an elderly person. It is a whole range of categories where people struggle with their daily life. It can even be something as mundane as not having the time to really delve into energy markets and compare prices and not really understanding how the market works.
Thank you very much. That was very extensive and I really appreciate, and indeed the vulnerability has many shades, so thanks a lot for the answer. I'm turning to the audience, which unfortunately I don't really see, but there is one question in the first row, and I don't know whether there is a microphone going around. And there is one maybe coming to you, so I'm giving you the floor. Please present yourself and ask the question.
Hello, Hans Kreisel, Nordion Energy. In this, when I stand here, we are working with hydrogen and gas infrastructure and electricity infrastructure. You triggered me, Emmanuel, a bit when you said that electrolyzers should be put close to the industries. And I just wanted to ask if you are realizing the consequences. Absolutely, we do have the ability to produce the 20 million tons of hydrogen in Europe. Actually, the target is 10 million tons within Europe to produce that, and we have that capacity in the Baltic Sea alone. But these are huge amounts of new electricity that has to be generated, and we need to transport all of that energy in new infrastructure to the customers, to those industries. It's 4 to 5 times more cost efficient to transport the energy as gas in pipelines than as electricity in cables. If you choose to put the electrolyzers close to the industries, there's one advantage, of course, and that is when you build all these new electrical cables to transport that energy, you socialize those costs with the entire electricity market. If you build hydrogen pipelines, you can reach the task of that the industry pays for that transportation. And my question first to Emmanuel, do you really think that that is fair? And the same question to you, Thomas. Do you think that that is fair?
Very good, thank you. So Emmanuel is on screen, but you don't see her on the big screen, but on the small screen. So she's coming in and answering. Emmanuel.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question. And of course, it's a big debate. I'm not sure we already have all the value of the system. Because if you want to know where is the better place to place electrolyzers, it will be better to transport electricity from power plants or gas. It also depends on what is the sources of
How do you see this?
So talking about the German market, that's exactly the point that I wanted to make. We need foresight and we need real planning, and it should not just be left to particular economic interests of certain players, but there should be regulatory oversight. If you put the electrolyzers in the north, where we are supposed to build offshore wind power, you can use the electrolyzers directly to produce hydrogen. Then you need the pipeline to the south, where our energy-intensive industry is. We do not have, we do not have transmission lines to the south in enough capacity. So if you would put an electrolyzer in the south, there would be no renewable energy to feed it. So from this perspective, it seems to make more sense to put the electrolyzer north, change it into hydrogen, transport the hydrogen south, and not socialize the costs via electricity network fees to all the consumers, but to let those industries pay for the hydrogen that will use it in the end, and also for the hydrogen infrastructure. Then of course you get the argument of competitiveness. How can a steel producer in the south sell its green abated steel? And then you can either give subsidies directly, like the German government is planning to do, or you subsidize the consumption at the end by giving subsidies to consumers who buy a car that is made with green hydrogen-based steel. So at the end of the day, either mandate the usage of base materials so that everybody has no choice, because if you give it to a small family of 4 people and you give them an option between 2 houses, one house is green hydrogen-based materials, cement, concrete, steel, glass, and so on, and the other house is just as it is now, the old house will be much cheaper. So they will go for it because it's already difficult to buy a house financially. So in the end, if you want to go green, you won't get around subsidies. But it makes a difference whether you first reduce the amount you need, that's why I said energy efficiency and resource efficiency, or if you just go one-to-one, implement the current gas network into a one-to-one hydrogen network, implement the current consumption level into a one-to-one consumption level of hydrogen. That won't work.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very interesting, both like the different approach towards what could be a hydrogen model in the future in the 2 countries, but not only, I think it's very important to think through energy efficiency subsidies and how you can sort of gear that in an optimal way. I think these are difficult discussions. I think we would be following them up in the course of the coming years when we would be implementing our new packages. I'm again looking at the audience very curiously, and again, I just see the very kind of strong light that comes into my eyes. Yes, I'm very happy if you would be passing on the mic to the gentleman in the back. Please introduce yourself and ask, please, your question.
Thank you, Andrei Belli. I'm from Estonia, independent consultant. So I have 3 questions. First to Emmanuel. Did I hear well that in France, guarantees of origins apply to biogas, to non-purified version, or is it only to biomethane? Then a question to the European Biogas Association. What is the state of affair with the cross-border recognition of guarantees of origins for biomethane? And finally on hydrogen. Well, about 96% of hydrogen are currently produced from natural gas in Europe, which basically makes it more intensive, carbon intensive than natural gas. And even if you produce hydrogen from electrolyzers, according to Hydrogen Europe, the carbon emissions are about 12 kilograms per kilogram, which is more or less the level of lignite. So the question is whether we are not putting the chart ahead of the horse, that actually the grid decarbonization would make sense first before pushing for hydrogen. Thank you for your...
Thank you. I'm turning to Emmanuel for the first question, but can you, I didn't hear fully the first question, so could you repeat that a little bit louder, and like Emmanuel will probably come forward. Yes, she's with us, so can you repeat the first question?
The question is whether the guarantees of origin in France include or cover biogas.
So the guarantees of origin, whether they cover biogas.
If I got the question correctly, we are setting up a new system, not existing yet, but existing soon, probably next year, about guarantee of origin on biomethane. Biomethane only for now, so not all biogas, but biomethane. Maybe on your third comment, yes, the whole point of hydrogen is decarbonation, so it means you have to see what is hydrogen produced with. So electricity needs to be decarbonized electricity. This is the current mix in France because it's largely decarbonized in France, thanks to nuclear. It can also be from renewables, north of Europe, south of Europe, maybe south of the world, like north of Africa, or sometimes idea coming from far, far away, or Australia, South America. But the first question is what kind of emission you have with hydrogen. If not, there is no point in using hydrogen for electricity or energy transition.
Thank you. You didn't hear the question?
I didn't follow the question, no.
We are sorry, then we would like that you repeat the question.
So there was a discussion about cross-border recognition of guarantees of origins for biomethane. And to my knowledge, the European Biogas Association was planning to issue a report or something, but then we didn't see anything about. Would you probably update us what is the state of situation with the recognition of guarantees of origin for biomethane between the EU member states?
So whether you have guarantees of origin that can work cross-border, I think that's the high-level question. What is the situation there? We thought that there will be something coming, but in the end, it did not.
Well, there is work continues to do during this issue, and unfortunately we haven't reached the line yet. But still we are working on it, and there is also an organization called ERGAR who is working exactly with these questions about the origin of for this and the barriers between the country, but I don't know exactly where the issue is right now and how far we are from the solutions, but still working on it, yes.
And then I think we could tackle the hydrogen question. I will give the floor to Ilaria. I don't know whether, Thomas, you would like to intervene. No, then Ilaria, please.
Yes, also following a bit after Emmanuel, I understand the question, Andre, it's a fair question, and I mean, you could even go beyond and say, but is hydrogen, is it better than using direct electricity, renewable electricity? No, obviously not. In terms of sustainability, it cannot be better. But I think in this, we have to follow also a bit the rationale that was used since the beginning, the energy system integration strategy. That strategy is very clear. Efficiency first, energy efficiency, so that we lower demand, then electrification, and then how to decarbonize the hard-to-abate sectors. That's what hydrogen, when hydrogen comes in. And then, yes, it's all about understanding where demand can be for hydrogen so that, you know, we can try to decarbonize at best those sectors and that demand with hydrogen. It's not that easy even, because then you have also to discuss how you produce that hydrogen, and the question on feedstock is also very good. And it's not only the feedstock, it's also actually we have to consider what do you actually replace with that hydrogen? Because if it's gray hydrogen, it probably makes sense, no, to replace it with the cleaner molecules. So it's a very complex subject, but I hope this helps.
I would agree with that, and also I think the timelines are challenging, and then if you would like to create something, you would need to think about it in terms of planning, what are you going to do. So it's very important also to look into the hard-to-abate industries, what they can do, how they are preparing for decarbonization. Then I'm looking around again, and I see, yes, that's a good way. Eva, I think I see you, and there is a question coming. No? Sorry, then it's not even Eva, it's someone else. Okay,
hello.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, my name is Anthony from the European Gas Association. I'm jumping in to answer our dear Estonian colleague on geo. So DBA is not directly involved in cross-border transfer of geos, but today the market is fragmented because first, not all member states have yet implemented their gas geo-registry. So that's the first issue. And the second is that there are actually now two cross-border schemes for geo-transfer. The one from the AIB, Association of Issuing Bodies, the one from ERGAR. And they plan to cooperate together to find out and devise a solution that will enable a full European geo-market for gases. Thank you.
Thank you for the completion, and then we have the next question. Please present yourself. Please tell us the question.
Is it on? Yes. My name is Eva Hennig. I'm coming from TÜGA, which is a group of 100 utility companies in Germany, but I'm also the chairwoman of the distribution committee in Eurogas. And I have a question to Thomas. So we have a very elaborate planning process now, which will be implemented in the Gas Hydrogen Directive when it's then finished, when you look at the Article 52, which is a very, I would say, a very big process because you have to consult, you have to plan, you have to send it to the regulator, and it's very similar to the heating and cooling plants that we're going to have in Germany. So, and coming from a company which is operating a lot of very large grids in electricity, district heating, and gases, and we have proven over and over again that we need to have hydrogen, and we had the Fraunhofer study last year, which is a bottom-up study which came to the same conclusion, as 99% of the industry in Germany is connected to the distribution gas level, not to the TSO level, it's connected to the DSO level, which means that we have to decarbonize this industry, and the industry wants to have hydrogen. So if I understand you correctly, you say, no, we want to, the best would be to forbid, I'm a bit drastic now, to forbid hydrogen in households because it's not good. But if you want to serve the industry with hydrogen, you cannot beam it there. You have to get it somewhere. So you're going to go through a pipe. And to this pipe, everybody else is connected. And I'm quite sure that you do not want to disconnect in the next 5 years lots and lots of households and commercial customers from the gas grid. So how do we cope with this? We cannot just say we don't want it there because we're going to need it there because we do not have the capacity at the electricity grid. Now I'm speaking as an electrician. We just don't have the capacity in the electricity grid to serve all the customers. And it will not be there in the next 10 years. So I'm just missing how you want to do this in a realistic way if our long-term planning has shown that we are not able to do this without hydrogen. So you must have a different kind of grid planning than we do.
Okay, I will give the floor to Thomas, but I would also ask you, Eva, then propose some options next to that. Thomas.
Okay, thank you for that question and challenging what I say. As I understand this article that is currently, well, was agreed a couple of days ago, right? Or is it in the regulation? Okay. I was told there is planning by NSOE, NSOG, and the new NOH body, but they do their planning, and then there's no regulatory oversight. So there is no veto power for regulators to say this planning has not been done correctly. That's what Agora Energiewende told me. But I have not seen the final text yet, so maybe I'm going to be positively surprised. But that's what I mean with regulatory oversight. We have initiatives in Germany of distribution system operator H2 vor Ort and they claim that up to 80% of their distribution system operators want to use hydrogen in the future. And then we have a village like in the UK where people say, we do not want hydrogen. So how do you combine that? We had a huge discussion in Germany about heat pumps. It has been demonized, it has been vilified, horrible. Hydrogen for homes will be times 10 that debate. That has pushed the AfD up to 30% in some Eastern German countries, Länder. So unless you can really provide a planning where hydrogen will be cheaper, that was also one of my points, then currently I do not think it will be the way forward for households. And it doesn't even need to be cheaper in absolute terms. Like at the moment, 25% of energy consumers, households, pay more than 10% of their income for energy. So if percentage-wise in the year 2040, that percentage is less, it would already be a success. The promise of renewables needs to be delivered, and the promise of renewables is that it's cheap.
Very good. Eva, maybe because you were asking, how you would, how Thomas imagines, how you would imagine the solution. Very briefly, because we are getting to the end of the conversation, I would like to give a few words to the panelists, just as closing remarks. Yeah, like how you would imagine, like you were asking it, kind of a very difficult techie question, which of course, I think it little bit goes back, like what is your techie answer here?
Can I say one thing quickly?
One more thing, Thomas, yes?
One thing. The H2 backbone that Robert Habeck is now planning foresees around 10,000 kilometers. So he also doesn't foresee distribution system to be operated by hydrogen. Maybe you can say something about that too.
Brief. Okay.
Our minister, the 9,700 kilometers of the core, it's the first step. So he also said that the hydrogen distribution is coming on the second step now. To the question on how would we solve this, I also know the discussion in the UK, and I also know how it came along. We have another example in the Netherlands where 77% of the inhabitants voted to be converting to hydrogen because it was a community-led project which came to that conclusion. 97% of the gas grid, underground grid, is already hydrogen ready. So it's not that we cannot do it. You're right, it's a question of prices, but it's also a question of choice for the end consumer. So what we want to give to the consumers is a choice and not say you are allowed to have this and this. And it's not about renewables of first or second grade. If something is renewable according to the RED 3, it is renewable, no matter whether it's a molecule or whether it's an electron. So I think we should stick to that we find the choices which are sensible, which are effective, and that also the customers can use and want to use. And last word, customers are not really afraid of hydrogen. We just converted the gas grid to pure hydrogen in Bavaria, and those customers are not afraid of hydrogen. So it's also a matter on how you explain to them the process and what kind of technical expertise you bring to it. Then it's not anymore the discussion of the Hindenburg. You have to be technically wise and efficient to do those kind of processes.
Excellent. Thank you, and it was short enough. Okay, then I'm turning to the panel, and I would like that you say a couple of final words, in terms of what are the main challenges that you foresee in terms of gas decarbonization for the next 10 years. And I would give a bit of a freedom who wants to start. Maybe Emmanuel, if you would like to start, I would start with you, and then I will see here in the room who would go next. Manuel, I'm looking at the panelists here in the room, and what would be, Anders, would you like to go next on the future challenges that you foresee?
Well, we have quite a challenge ahead of us in the coming 10 years if we want to reach these 35 BCM. And when I say we in this meaning, I mean all of you around here. I mean the regulators, transmission companies, also the distribution companies. We all have to work together to reach this target, and there is a lot of things to do. I mean, we need connecting rules or everywhere so the bioplants can get in. We need some kind of cost-sharing mechanism or something like that if we want it for the connection to the pipe. And I also think there is much bigger job that we have to do. Example, like some kind of bottom-up thinking that we maybe in a region or local part of a region here we can see how big is the possibility for biomethane in this district, and together with the industry, the transmission company, and maybe also the regulator can see how we can combine the biomethane plants with the pipelines and do it as in a most cost-efficient way as we can. And I think that is something we have to do together, all of us. And I hope and I believe also that the European Biogas Association can, if you need any help here, just show best practice in different countries and so on. And so this work we have to do together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ilaria, would you take your round in the challenge question?
Sure. So it's a fascinating question, and I've been following the developments since a long time. So on a positive note, I think we can say that the stars are a bit slowly aligning in this constellation. So I am quite positive if I look at the future. When I look at the integration of renewable and low carbon gases into the system, I generally have a positive perspective. I think the policy framework and the regulatory framework are catching up. For me, the main difficulties remain at technical level. I see mainly technical difficulties in the transformation. We talked about feedstock. We talked and we highlighted how it is very important to distinguish between the feedstock to produce hydrogen, because all molecules of hydrogen look the same, but they can bring within a very different value in sustainability terms, depending on how they are produced and so on. And other technical challenges, the infrastructure, hydrogen cannot access natural gas infrastructure, and this is something that the industry, the TSOs and DSOs are working on. I wanted to say, I think that all of these, for innovation, as usual, will surprise us. So innovation is advancing, so we don't have to be pessimistic about that. But I think at the same time, there are also important communication challenges. This is something that I rarely hear about, but the green transition is actually on the shoulders of citizens, of consumers. And consumers are really at the center of this transformation, of this transition, and we should never forget that. So if we understand how difficult these technical challenges are, we also need at the same time to explain, to find a way to reach the final consumers, to explain the reasons for an increased costs in the bill, or why electrical cars are promising but still they don't have a big market. So these kind of big questions, they need to be explained carefully, I think, by every player in the sector if we want the green transition to be successful, and also link this transition with the economics, with the competitiveness and of the European industrial sector. Good luck to all of us.
Thank you very much. Thomas, what do you say to that?
So the decarbonization of heating for consumers, the biggest challenge is really we need to understand that for the first time ever in German history, we had a period of peace of 80 years. We never had that before. And that means we have to deal with an existing building stock that was mostly built with rubbish material after the war. And we have to deal with the performance of this building stock, making it better at current prices with minimum wages and better wages even than minimum wages, so it's incredibly expensive. So the first challenge is insulate the buildings. Secondly, electrify what is cost optimally electrifiable. And thirdly, deal with those people who at the end of the process are still stuck on gas. So every street that we disconnect from gas because we have heat pumps in the whole street, fine, but the one consumer in the year 2045 when Germany wants to be climate neutral, the one consumer who still uses gas has to pay for the entire gas grid. And that will cost the state billions and billions to bail those consumers out, because we basically have to build new houses for them so that they also can use electrification or some other means like district heating, pellets, I said it before. And that's why it's so important to have this long-term planning and to not fall in the regulatory trap that we fell in, for example, in the telecoms industry, where we had a copper-based network for many decades, and then we had fiber, and everyone was looking to prolong the business model of copper, and we introduced vectoring in Germany, delaying the fiber revolution, and now Germany has one of the worst fiber records in the European Union because we prolonged unsustainable business models with regulatory non-foresight.
Excellent. So thank you very much. I would like to thank to all the panelists for participating, for the audience to listening very carefully to the debate. I would like to thank you for those who are following us online. Thanks a lot. And with that, I'm closing this panel, and I would invite those who are in the room for a cocktail, I understood. If I'm wrong, then somebody will correct me. But thanks a lot, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Goodbye.
Thank you, Sheila. Just a quick note, we still have concluding remarks coming from our Vice President, the Vice President of CEER, so if you care to stay just a bit longer so that Kun Loke can come and give some concluding remarks. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
So first of all, I have to thank you all in the name of CEER to be here, also the panelists and the moderators. Two practical remarks. First of all, we excuse ourselves for the technical problems in the beginning of the conference. Secondly, it was already announced by Sheila. That's most important, there is drink afterwards. So some closing remarks about the first session, dealing with the electricity market design. Questions were tackled about actual and the future market design. Those discussions are ongoing on European level, and in the upcoming days, months, we will see the result of those discussions. But first of all, we have to ensure a sustainable market design, which is fit for the energy transition. We all agree about that. And we have to be aware that this model can guarantee the investments in the network. Certainly, as we need an integrated network. We need a resilient market design, which is robust and flexible, and we may not leave anyone behind us. This was put forward by the European Commission, and this is also in the center of the interest of CEER. We have to take into account the customer, especially the vulnerable one. I don't think that the vulnerable customer is the one who has no time. I think rather in terms of financial possibilities to do the necessary investments, taking into account the energy transition. If we talk about electrification, the customer has to pay something. So we have to ask ourselves how he will do this. As a regulator, we have to be aware that the regulatory framework is robust and is also flexible to allow the necessary investments. And we have to examine the market model against the background of the events of the last 2 years. As we all know, we had a huge increase of the electricity prices, and I want to add a personal touch on this. I think about the current market model. It worked very well. The gas prices increased a lot, and the outcome was very high electricity prices. I think the discussion should be, is this the model we want, yes or no? Certainly after 30 years of liberalization of the electricity and gas market, taking into account the way we did since the beginning of the liberalization, the targets about green gas emission reduction, the transition, introducing the renewables, the targets of the European Commission. So I think the world in 30 years changed, so we have to think about it for the future. I think also in the middle of the crisis, no one was contesting regulatory intervention. No one was contesting the intervention of the member states to help the companies, the industry, and also the residential customer. So these are the things which has to be taken into account when we talk about the reform of the electricity market model, and not only the technical and operational side of the discussion. Some takeaways were put forward by my colleague Wolfgang. There is no one and only market design. We should learn from each other and also think and see what's happening outside Europe. We have, first of all, as a regulator, to implement the existing rules, because if you want a European market, we need coherence, the same approach to create the European market. And certainly, again, as CR, we have to put the customer in the center of the debate. The session 2 was dealing with the issue of the decarbonization and low carbon gases. It's a very large issue. Different items were put forward, like the importance of the security of supply, the climate aspect, the fact that we want to leave the dependence of the fossil fuels for different reasons. The fact that the decarbonized gases should be complementary with other energy resources. The importance of the introduction of biogas, hydrogen for the industry, but also for the customer. I think one of the most important elements is the cost. Who will pay for this? Once again, we have to be aware that we don't leave no one behind us, the resident customer, certainly the vulnerable one. Should the public authorities intervene via subsidies and financing? But as we are living in the current energy market in Europe, we have to create the circumstances to have a competition, taking into account the security of supply aspects and, of course, the sustainability. As Ilaria from the Florence School put it forward, she drew the picture how fast things are evolving. The last 4, 5, 6 years, taking into account the energy transition and the acceleration due to the geopolitical situation. There is an acceleration. It's important for the industry. It's a challenging challenge for the industry, for the regulators, for the member states. Once again, the investments will be very important. And one of the elements I missed a little bit in the discussion, who will pay for it? If it's only the user who will pay for it, or the customer, the small one, or the companies, we have to think or ask ourselves how will we resist to the competition with the outside world of Europe. I think that it's not a question of electrification, not a question of introducing hydrogen. I think it's a story of and, but the challenges are very high. The acceleration is there. So if we have to reach those targets, we have the obligation to work together and not to forget someone in this story. I think this is a short wrap-up of the two sessions we had. I think that there is still a lot of food for thinking and to discuss. We have now the drink afterwards, which will be the occasion to talk further. Maybe as a last remark, we are from Belgium. I'm from Belgium. I'm the president of the board of the Belgian regulator. I can say that Belgium, I think, if I do not make a mistake, is the first country with a regulatory framework for hydrogen. And I think that we are already working together with our big neighboring countries to build backbones. So it's not only the big countries who are active regarding hydrogen, even if we are small, we are rather active regarding the renewables and especially regarding hydrogen. Thank you very much.